Hello there. Hey, fathead. Nice to see you dropping in right and early. Today the plan is, after some deliberation, to start on a character, hopefully maybe even finish a character known as Hannah, a half-giant cyclops wizarding kind of character. And as you can see, I've already made a little bit of a start. I got some some of the shape in my head and wanted to try and figure it out before things started, and I'm still kind of struggling with that. So I'll be moving right into some tweaking, starting with here. I see. There we go. Oh. Your art is so amazing. Thank you. I've been hearing that more recently, and it has been a big boost of confidence. Hey, Skipper. You're joining us for Hannah. I realised that I may be participating in Art Fight, but I currently don't actually have many characters for people to do. Yes, on getting the characters done, I have put together the commission sheet. I've set up most of the stuff I need, so I just need to finalize a couple of things on my end. Waving my hands around as if you can currently see that. But yes, so that is a lot of the way done. It is that it shouldn't be too long before I can start offering those commissions. Probably by Monday it'll be I'll be able to launch all that. Just want to make sure that everything's as I want it before I start, you know. A dwarf dragonborn named Amethyst Germain. My brain immediately goes to Saint Germain from Castlevania, but I feel like that may not be the intended. Another layer. So yes. So no, it isn't. But that's a good one. It puns on him being a gem dragonborn. I thought it would be. I could tell from the amethyst. And honestly, gemstone dragons in general look beautiful. Don't tell other dragons I said this, but it's the way the scales catch the light. You know. Yes, I do look forward to that. It'll be so yeah. I'll let you know. You'll probably find out over the weekend once things set up. It is really just the final kind of double checks to make sure I've not forgotten anything. Dwarf made love with Amethyst Dragon because it's so beautiful. Thus I was born. Okay. No, it's how plenty of sorcerers come to be. It's hardly it's hardly the great shock that something like that would happen. For now, though, I'd like to talk a little bit about about Hannah as where she came from, her conceptualization in a more narrative sense, because Hannah has been around for a little while, but she used to be a bit shorter. And in fact, this current background scene that I'm working on is intended to showcase the actual height difference. I'm gonna put this here now because while I remember it, I'm gonna go back to the background layer. Oh, it's this one. And let's see, she's about 8, so it'll go at about there. Nope, no, wrong layer. That to there. Then I want just a tiny little lead out here, up and across. It's really nice when you can just draw with lines. Okay, so yes, this is a fairly good demonstration because this is going to be a door, and I'm wanting it to show that Hannah is definitely on the taller side. She's 10 feet tall, and she's 10 feet tall. So naturally, there are a lot of doors that just kind of don't really work, but she is. And that shouldn't be a surprise given that she is a half giant or a and she originally came into conceptualization when I was still running D&D 5th edition. So originally she was a Goliath. Which put her squarely in the kind of the 7 to 8 foot range. However, all that changed when the Fire Nation attacked. No, when I started making doe eyes at Pathfinder. And Hannah started in the kind of position of capable but didn't realize it. You know what? That's got the width all wrong, I think. Yeah. So, right. Not exactly. Yes, so she started in the 7 to 8 foot range, but when I started looking at Pathfinder and shifting into that, and how its inbuilt race creator had large as an option, I wanted to make my former Goliaths a little bit more standout. So I made them large creatures. It brought a few challenges with it. How's this gonna look? It's like, okay. I'm getting that all a bit messed up too. But yeah, I wanted to make them stand out from species in general, to make them more than just tall grey people. So, yeah, them being large came into existence. It led to the interesting challenge with them because they suddenly didn't fit in a lot of places, and I mean that physically. If you're 10 feet tall, there aren't as many places that just kind of accommodate you naturally. Oh, God, this is getting this shape right is going to be a pain. Drag you down a little, tilt you in. I'll be able to work with that. No, get the lower down, but not the. I need a little bit more width actually. And I wanted to keep that nomadic aspect to them, and I did that by making them the biggest air nomads, flying around on huge creatures, giant eagles, giant falcons, rocks, those absolutely colossal birds that the people are familiar with. So that's the torso. Along with giving them a mountain range where a certain number of them prefer to ride other megafauna. So that's going to be the muscle points. Just stay like that, because it's more like the arm is going here. So yeah, a mountain range where a certain group of them roam on giant land mammals. But there's a few steps to this, and get this right first. That might do it. And these big nomads, as a result, don't have many actual settled populations, but they get to be found all over the world. And they get along quite well with the hen bee, the nomadic sort of serpent folk I have. And where is it? What am I looking for that? It's going to be more slow tilting to get the right angle on this. So glad that I can. Yeah, that fits. So there's a number, and so yeah, there's a few Goliath that have quote unquote settled in Shandis or the Scorched Drift, and have kind of dipped their bloodline into the Hemby turtles. So you have and so you'll occasionally get these serpentine people who are 12 feet tall and buff as hell. Given that I think last time when I was drawing the snake lady, I talked about the curvier population, I like to think that that my setting accounts for several groups. this in because this helps. Kind of cement the general shape of the body without making it look like she's got a thigh gap a mile wide. That was something strange to learn in. I can't remember I think it was in English of all things, talking about how some people get really, really obsessive over people having a thigh gap, and I don't get it. It ain't soft. But yeah, so you've got these 12-foot tall. Yeah, we've got these 8 to 15-foot tall Goliath people that I've just kind of made part of the setting. And there wasn't even an incredible reason to have done so. It was entirely just because I liked the. Can I get? No, I don't think I can. It's going to be. Oh, accidentally give her the tiniest calves. That's still not right. Maybe that's more like it. Anyway, I made that decision to make the Goliaths and the half giants, all that kind of stuff bigger. But then I was actually left with Hannah in a slightly awkward situation. Because if we want to get particular about it, Hannah wasn't actually from the setting. She was her own thing. She had been. I created Hannah as a character who kind of viewed the world from the point of us. Not as in being aware that it's a game, not acting like people were meaningless or some strange kind of the awkwardly puppeted nihilism we hear a lot about. But she was from a place where all worlds came together, where everything and everyone could be found. One of those real melting pot kind of stories. So, and she grew up doing kind of temporary work, manual labor. She'd done retail, she'd done bar work, she'd done warehouses, she'd done those scientific studies you can get paid for, all that kind of thing. And so her purpose was to have this not exactly cynical, but at the same time kind of been there, done that attitude to everything. Like there was nothing about the universe that could shock her. Just bringing the references back up after getting things set up. There we go. And it's led to some interesting results from her because, as I say, she nothing is surprise, nothing is unexpected. It may be moment to moment a shock, like if something breaks the wall down and tries to attack. It's like that's an oh shit, that's something going wrong, or something actually something that needs quicker reflexes to react to. But all of the stories are things she was used to. She's seen gods commiserating over the death of one of them. She's seen people cheering after winning the war, saving the kingdom. She's met all manner of of crazy wizards who have who have been doing their thing. Right. Hmm. Pause while I figure out this. No, I'll put the music on in just a second. Doesn't look quite right, but it looks close. I think the piece I may be borrowing from is using a push-up bra. There. There. And then we'll have the kind of the arm. Where was I? What was I saying? What was I on about? That doesn't seem right either. Right. Usual thing of there's a neck bit that goes up to there, and then this would be more. Hey, Full. Welcome to me attempting to draw Hannah with building for scale, and talking about the nature of Goliaths. Talking about how it came to be, how you change Goliaths, impacted her as someone not from your setting. Right? Yes, because so Hannah had come from this big Nexus space where everything clashed together, and she had that personality of she kind of knew about everything, at least in theory. There were no stories that could surprise her. But for a while, I hadn't used her in anything. And so when it came to bringing her back, I had to decide if I wanted to revisit that, or if I wanted. I had to decide if I kept her as the old style of Goliath that I had used, or if I would turn her into one of these new ones. The obvious answer is that she did end up getting changed. She did end up getting turned into the taller Goliaths, and the thing is, it didn't really impact her at all. It didn't change anything about her. It's just she had to duck more when she entered buildings. Um, which is still kind of funny. It did perhaps undermine one thing about her, though, and that was her strength, because she had, from the start, been a very strong but quite wiry individual. It is typically least important part of characters unless it's a weird world where people focus on it. See, that's untrue, because height may not necessarily affect how people see you all the time, or at least in a lot of settings you won't be necessarily discriminated against for it, but it's still a fairly important thing. Oof. It, like, being like that it asks a lot of questions. If you have characters in a world that are let's go from the shortest that we know of. We've got perhaps 6-inch tall characters, foot tall characters, 3 feet characters. You have the kind of the 5 to 6 range. I've got some elves that can go over 7 feet. Then you've got, in this case, half giants that are 8 to 15. There's dryads that are in the 9 to 10 range. It asks, even if it's not necessarily intended as a major part of a character's, even if it's not necessarily going to be affecting how a character is treated, it does ask questions about the setting, because the creator needs to figure out how these characters exist in this setting, how the setting anticipate, or how the setting accommodates for them, because it's going to. Because that's not necessarily the case of, because a setting accommodating a character isn't necessarily there are proper, like that every place is accessible to them, that they are entirely expected wherever they go. But it can mean that it can mean but it can mean that there are certain accommodations, that there are certain places where they will be found more or found less, and if you integrate them with other cultures, that asks questions about those. I'm going to quickly put the music on. Should be fairly quiet. There we go. For example, the elves and the Lamia in Arturium. That's the simple answer of that is there are wide doors, there are wide streets, and there are ramps instead of stairs, because snakes don't like stairs. Wide doors. The wide doors, that's nothing to do with the people being wide. That's just because there is so much tail that you need the extra space for people to get in and out. Like, it's not actually that people are also wide. Yes, they are. I'm not going to disagree with that. I can't actually deny that the setting has quite wide people too, but it isn't but it isn't the whole reason for them being. It isn't the whole reason for the setting being that way, or for the place being that way. It's like I mentioned it last week. The entire setting, the entire part of Ashandis came out of me wanting to have one Lamia and a crop top. So, but the setting, it didn't stop at that. It started like that, but it ended much more diverse. The doors just help. Yes, they do. So the other thing about Ashandis is that because it's got that lovely weather, there's not exactly trouble farming for that. They can get plenty of water and plenty of light, but they don't have good soil, so they use rooftops instead. Let's see, we want a... Oh, no, not there. Um, the the nature of the people being drawn from the spring court, the court of fertility and motherhood, giving them their figures. The many rooftops and desert fruits being fitted because it makes it easier to, because it is the best way to still to farm in that area. Okay, so we can have some kind of clip there for the belt, then there. Hide this for a bit while I neaten this up, because this bit of the waist has gotten quite narrow, has gotten quite chunky. I suppose that's actually a relevant thing about Hannah, the whole shape thing. Like Hannah she's short, but she is, but for a half giant, she's very wiry. She has a very high metabolism. She needs to eat quite a bit to stay fit and healthy. Do those have a slightly raised? I think they do. I feel like her and Dizzy could just vibe. To be fair, Hannah can vibe with basically anyone. Like she is the person who can serve drinks to Cthulhu. No, I need to shrink that just a little. Just thin the line. Yeah, Hannah's vibe is Hannah can vibe with pretty much anyone and anything. Probably the shortest people in the bar full of their respective races. Yes, that is the ideal. Obviously, if you got a classic 5e Goliath in here, she'd be taller than them now. But on standard, she is the short one. However, she did get some of her mother's genes insofar as she has the same impressive strength, and she's got the same kind of impressive. Five Goliath's a coward's choice. I guess. That said, I can't really say that. Like, I'm insulting Davik if I call them the coward's choice. He likes that shape. Let him have it. Thinking of here. Let's be honest. People typically design characters to be more like one of their parents than the other. Mine do not look like. Mine do not typically look like either of my parents. My characters tend to be designed to look more like how I'd like to look. Personality-wise, maybe in-universe parents. Okay, you're could have specified that to start with, because that was a very loaded question or very loaded thing. Oh, plain. In-universe parents? No, I mean, personality-wise, Hannah doesn't take after either of her parents. Her her mother is in the construction industry. She does a lot of lifting and carrying. Yeah, her mother is like they share the same kind of physical strength, but her father is a mercenary leader, and her mother does construction. Hannah's a wizard. even though she would never refer to herself as such. She would never call herself a wizard, I don't think. It doesn't really make sense for her. And Dizzy only really physically and sonically after his mother, the boy definitely needed better parents. That's the danger of draconic parentage to a half-draconic child. And I know this situation with Dizzy's father, but yeah, that is generally the risk with that kind of situation, that the draconic parent is away and distant. Yeah, the mother is. It is a whole different life. So those are those lines. I'm going to merge them. They don't need to stick around anymore. Um, I should at some point get to the art of when he was more shy of his original appearance, maybe. His colours are certainly more muted than monochrome. Oh, so his. Do you mean he physically looked different, like his hair and the gemstone and such, or? Okay, so let's pop this up. Let's get a, because the arm is around, the elbow goes down to about there. The wrist will be around there. Okay, and it's that kind of turned inwards if the palm is down, which I'm going to have. So that should make it easier to make a nice defined elbow. Think like reverse the Bridget situation in Guilty Gear when he wanted to be more feminine but had to get used to more masculine presenting traits. He used to hide his horn and dye his hair, even his dress sense was different. I have the only experience I have of Guilty Gear is via Twitter talking about it, so I don't really do fighting games. Oh, whoops. Did I just... Ah, damn it. I'd have thought you'd be aware of Bridget's weirdness only very vaguely. Like, very vaguely. Like I know the whole. I know there was I know there was controversy, but I don't really know. It's just not something I track. Actually, go to this now, and she's got a fairly. Summary: before she finally realized she wanted to be a girl, she tried her best to present as a male because her parents raised her to be nicer as a girl, but she knew she was born a boy. One of those. In the end, she figured it out, but the journey of self-identity is weird on a good day, and there's definitely a lot happening. That I understand. It's just it's just that I never really had any interest in figuring out the characters. Move this up. Then we grab this, stretch, and no, that's is that one coming down from there? Get rid of this line here. Yeah, Dizzy backstory-wise, and probably if I get him in a game at an early enough level, will definitely look different for a while. Black hair, hidden horn, full body coats. Okay, yeah. Of course, too, if he knew Frank really in life, he'd probably explode. I just imagine him kind of latching on, like, never leave. Right, that's I managed to separate that, so that can If a chance for a younger Dizzy and a younger Franca both to be in a game comes up, that'd be amazing. Yeah, it kind of would. Well, that said, Franca was, for one thing, she was definitely a lot. She was definitely thinner when she was younger, and she wasn't really. She didn't really have confidence issues because she wasn't at a point where she was like she didn't need the same kind of confidence boost as a lot of people as she could have as she did when she met Dizzy more recently because well she'd kind of done well at least she was a young adventurer at the time so the dynamic would be reversed probably yeah actually no it would yeah it would definitely be that kind of thing I get what you mean now because yeah she it would have definitely be more about her getting him out of his shell than the other way around. Still be interesting though, yeah, kinda. It's it had it had put me in mind of Alvetha with Sunny, but with less deliberately flirty overtones from Franca. Oh, hadn't switched properly. The first time Franca makes Dizzy comfortable with a part of himself, he'll fall hard and not know how to handle it. Yes, I mean that would not take long for her. 'Cause it'd just be like, because the boy would be getting head pats, I think. Has returned. You have missed a long conversation on the subject of Dizzy and Franca, the idea of them being in a game as like younger versions of themselves. Headpats would be hard, yes, but boots of levitation exist. I, as a person, would explode. Yes. Don't do that. I need you to watch the streams. Hmm. Let's Things are starting to get a little out of hand again. Let's grab that. All of this. No. Dizzy obviously becoming a Pathfinder skill monkey, maybe with psionics. Yeah, the psionics thing is a little bit of an up in the air situation, but that's just because just got sent art. That's just because the Pathfinder psionics, the existing psionic ones are not that useful for skill monkeys, but oh, that doesn't look right. Okay. Yeah, 5e Sonic Rogue is kind of the best for skill monkeying. With it's kind of cute and sweet knowing how easy the roles get reversed with age. Yeah, well, it's that's what happens when you're that's what happens when you have to well, because Franca had a decent upbringing, she didn't have to worry about that. And what I was meaning to say was that the Pathfinder Sonics, at least the money stuff, is not that great for skill monkeying. It's more they're more good at they're like they're more weird and some of them are very difficult to run. Like medium sucks to run. Mm. Um, Depending on the wiggle room I can get with a build, I might get a basic feat just for telekinesis and telepathy. I honestly don't know what the options are for that kind of thing. I Skipper might be able to tell you a little bit more than that, but I genuinely don't know how good the accounting is for little effects like that. Like there are often things that give you like it Pathfinder doesn't really seem to like giving people giving like non-casters magic. It's a really strange thing. What is that? That's better though. 5e is kind of busted utility-wise. Like as I've mentioned before, the easiest raw way to or the easiest default way to play would be a vigilante, possibly something like warlock, as in warlock vigilante, because they get their range touch attacks, which would be a good mimic for the soul knife, and they are one of the skill monkey classes. Mile-wide telepathy, range, invisibility, and dice to never miss on anything. So you don't really need to worry about the dice for Pathfinder, though Investigator's great for that. Investigator is great for getting bonuses on all the knowledge skills and all that. But given that you can just invest properly and end up able to be good at something safely, I'll get these muscles down. I might actually do Investigator, given that Dizzy would end up becoming a monster writer and other things not meant for chat. Yes. Yeah, there are some things to keep quiet, to keep on the down low about. But from a general standpoint, I mean, yeah, God. Yeah, I guess Investigator would be a good one. That said, Investigator can be quite hard to build. Mage Hand Telekinesis recommend the magic trick feat, number of abilities that activate once you have other feats or skill ranks, including increasing the amount you can levitate with it or how far away it can be. The problem is, Skippy, that you need to have the ability to use that in the first place, and with Investigator, that would be a level. That would be dipping. Well, I know this isn't going to be sticking around, so I may as well get rid of these bits now. Shit. Could also just build a custom race. I guess some races can get it as spell-like, and that's a cantrip with limited uses per day. In 5e, I just use the Gem Dragonborn that does force damage and reflavor it as a ruby. I can in 5e just use the. I find it kind of funny that Tiamat is a chromatic Hydra in design, while Sadia and Bahamut get really fancy, unique scales. I mean, at the same time, Tiamat typically gets to be all the chromatics, so. True, but part of me wishes black dragons were brown and the Tiamat was a black dragon, as that's all the colours mixed. No, most of the time mixing all the colours gets you brown, so... Okay, I've got something I can hold to get a reference for this hand. Not in terms of light. God, my phone case is coming apart. Just take that little bit off. I'm gonna have to get a replacement for this case at some point. It's a really good case, but... Okay. I should just practice drawing hands in general, but I've gotten into this habit of taking a picture every time I... Oh, right, the length of the hand should be a route down to... there at the longest, but probably not quite because all the fingers are bent. Let's merge, new layer for the hands. Alternatively, pockets. What about them? No, I want to... See, I could do that. I could just put hands in pockets, but there are two reasons I don't want to. One is because I want one of the hands to be holding something. I want it to be showing a specific item off. The other is, Hannah is definitely one of the people to put, like, most of the hand in a pocket but have the thumb out. So it doesn't actually solve the thing entirely. And there is... No, it needs to all be longer. Or move down. Not quite. Just this bit. Mm. Yes, Dizzy and Frank in a game together would be very sweet. We're free for a while soon, so we could probably figure out today. Maybe. The trouble we'd run into is finding someone to run that Pathfinder thing, because at the moment I am the only Pathfinder DM that I know. What about Don? Well, that depends on that depends on his schedule, doesn't it? It's not really like it's been kind of difficult for Don to run stuff recently. Let's grab this. And I'll need I guess I'll move that finger over. And back to this. Yeah, I won't be able to run anything right now. I'm too busy to take on a second game, much less one I'll be running. Maybe we can revisit in August, but even at that point, I'm not sure I'll be able to commit to anything long term. And hello, Don Musa of the Musa family. Hello, Master of Shrimp. Did you see my new tanks? Yes, I did see the image. Those, they seemed kind of, those seemed like smaller tanks, if I'm right. If memory serves, those were on the smaller side. Still, by the looks of it, very good value for what you paid for them. But 2 10-gallons, 20-gallon, and a 3.5-gallon. 3.5 is a gift. Okay, this definitely ain't looking right. Let's trim that out. Grab all this. It is raining again. It feels like it should be about to rain here, just by the, like, it feels like in the air it feels like it should rain, but it's currently, there is not a cloud in the skies here. Unless check your window, check your window full. It's possible that Don is attempting to fill the tanks and has accidentally just opened has accidentally just poured the thing into your room. Heavy humidity sucks. It's not quite that bad here. It's just got the feel in the air that it's about to rain. Yeah, that's fine for what I'm doing with it. But yes, I may put the other hand in a pocket just here. The actual pocket ready. Which, it wouldn't be like that, would it? It would be. Oh God. Not sure what just happened there. I know everyone saw that. I don't know why it happened. Okay. Well, everyone just got an eyeful of something they may or may not have liked, but I have no clue what just happened there. Do we have a chat right now? Did it turn me offline? Nope, I'm still online. I think my viewer count might have gone up. Y'all had better not be clipping that, by the way. Sorry, talking shrimp with someone in Discord. Okay, so there is half a chance that you didn't see what just happened. Uh, yeah, let's just say whatever y'all saw, you saw nothing. Had to disappear a sec to move a bed. Okay. Okay, so pocket there. going to move that down, actually. That doesn't fit where it is. Not comfortably. Like there. Clearly, I still have things to learn about this. Puts the other pocket around. Other pocket around there. Pockets. I love how I can search hand in pocket, and the first answer is a song. It's like it's not what I'm looking for. Put that opacity down for a bit while I get this thumb sorted out. Trim those off there. To this tool, then I need That's just not working very well. Come on, if I can get that line to place without intersecting the boob. Oh, no. No, that one didn't work as well. But that kind of does. Because in that case, half the hand is like behind the. Yeah, half the hand is kind of behind that, so. There we go, got one hand in the pocket. The other. Let's redraw this just a little, get this. Okay, so we have. These are properly fitted jeans, so they've only got the smaller, smaller wrinkles. And down there. Mm. So in her hand, so I've been putting that off as well. Not even sure why, to be perfectly honest. Is going to be. There is a cylinder. Now we'll get back to the line tool, our friendly neighborhood line tool, and hang a. Oh, damn it. line, get that to go down from there to there. And then slice this bit off. So this is the important thing that I wanted Hannah to be shown holding. In fact, I'm going to get a circle tool from this. God, what the? Okay. So we're going to be selecting that. And just going up and up. I'll have to figure out what's actually on the cylinder at this point, but this is based on that little stone giant thing about carving intricate artwork cylinders. Sudden realization I didn't really need that I could have gone with this instead. One below just needs to lose tiny bits. It's all of those. Okay. And that cylinder that she's holding is her spell book. It'll be covered in little runes that all, when rotated and angled in certain ways, form new things. Ooh, yes, that is what I wanted to decently reflect her heritage, at least some of it. This. shuffling everything around. There we go, I'm back properly. What's next? Well, I've got the hands done because one of them I could just skip over. The other one is holding the cylinder, which I'll properly decorate eventually, and I guess the feet. I was I was going to have one leg up against, that was kind of heel up against the wall because I kind of like that, but I may just, given the position I've gone for, I may just have both feet on the ground, one just, slightly raised. So let's see if I have any decent poses for that. Probably not. Okay, that's that one, that's her. Oh right, drawing the eye is going to be fun. Okay. Let's go with that, I guess. You there for shoes? Got to go. See you around. All right, Skipper. See you presumably Sunday here. Uh, Skipper Nothingness. Have a great day, man. Yeah. See you. See you when I see you. I keep doing that. Need to narrow it a little. What is with these feet? Gonna quickly find a better reference. Okay. So it's kind of... Right, that might be... That's weird. It's this line up to there. I see. I think, as ever. Back to the actual line. Oh, weird thing came out today. Apparently they gave Superman a magical girl transformation. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. There's been some real weird reactions to that kind of stuff, I think. Like, I think it's a strange decision, but yeah, yeah. The the bottom line is, who really cares? It's let Superman feel pretty, okay? So it goes to I screwed up that bit right at the end, but get rid of this, see if that cleans it up, makes it look any nicer. Oh god, what am I doing? Here we are. This is the tool. Over to there. Make things marginally wider. Then it's a case of trying to get the right angle for these shoes, because I don't know what's happening, but it ain't working. The foot should not be very much. That said, it should still be like a good chunk of the... Looking for about that, I guess. And she isn't really the sort to wear heels. I don't think I'm ever going to put her in heels. Ah. Yeah, Superman having a magical girl transformation does seem strange. Seem all that necessary. I'm reading another manhwa, and imagine being given the power of a roguelite where you die and get a new ability. Is that a roguelite thing? And this is more like... Right, okay, so it's more like there's shading. Come on. Around here. No, but it could be given the premise of roguelites is to try again and again, unlock new things to progress further. Towards the whole general concept feels it's akin to the whole reincarnated as a slime, re-monster, that kind of thing. Obviously, with the case of re-monster, it's just dude eats parts to gain new abilities, and there's doesn't the guy in ReZero get new abilities, or at least one or two when he dies? Namely, the one to avoid having trauma all the time. Four has very strong opinions on ReZero, apparently. Not really, there's a kind of second life situation. This is more the same life, but he gets power from whatever last killed him. His only ability is a randomly decided save point, and a protection over his mental state to be restored. Yeah, that was what I was meaning, though. I remember someone mentioning how it's something like he initially doesn't get to keep a stable mental state, but essentially goes through a number of cycles real quick to get that unlocked. The only reason for the latter is he couldn't escape the endless death loop without it. Yeah. I should watch ReZero at some point. I know it's pretty grim. And he got a witch attached to him when witches in the setting got some weird alien mind situation. That layer to clean out all these. Like one which made a rabbit that could infinitely reproduce as an infinite food source, but also made it a carnivore and hunter because she believed strongly in eat or be eaten mentality. Plus, apparently, the light novel is a smidge darker. Okay. Oh. Oof. Let's clean you out. Okay, that actually works as a shoe, I think. Everything's, I say smidge because everything still happens, but more graphic. The same witch's eyes can make anyone who she sees so ravenously hungry they try and eat themselves. Witches have a bad time, apparently. Okay, now, same shoe design but other side, which means the line is going to be around... It's going to be more like that. For admittedly justifiable reasons, at least, because they mean well, but they're also super fucked up in some way. Oh god, tell you what it's making me think of. It's making me think of what the My Hero Academia dude is like to Mirako. It's like apparently really having a thing for mutilating bunny women. Or just generally messing up muscled women in general, given that I've heard about what happened to Stars and Stripes. Really, the most surprising part is that Mirako only appears in a couple of chapters and gets messed up real quick, and fan art would not imply that. Yeah, well, everyone really likes the buff bunny girl. It's very simple as to why the fan art is like that. But isn't it the same thing with Stars and Stripes, that she shows up for a really short time and just gets completely destroyed? Or something like that. Admittedly, MHA has a weird problem with how important cast members are, because it's implied they're important and only focus on a few chapters. It's the problem of problem of wanting to have these characters, but also wanting to avoid having them make the protagonist redundant for too long. Stars and Stripes' existence also broke cat power scaling. Whoops. New layer, because I don't want to mess up like I did last time. To hide that. Peel these little bits away. No, not there. There. This one needs to have this bit removed. And that bit. Here, trim this, trim this, trim this. Merge. Merge. Clean again. Her quirk was literally the creation of up to 3 new universal laws, and any one she made replaced the oldest. If it weren't for the assumed no killing rule, she could have single-handedly beat the antagonist. If we want to be particular about it, you could have, like, she probably could have beaten it even with that limitation. If you can just alter fundamental reality, there's very few things that can stop you. Yep, and all she has to do was touch what she wants to put a new law on. Whoops. Put that shoulder accidentally on the background layer. Right, well. Legs done. Torso done. Arms, feet, item. Head time. Go looking for her piece again. There we go. That up. Plus, her part of the story was ultimately redundant because 1, the antagonist had to go to America away from the main cast to get her power, and 2, she made a law in her power that he couldn't use it without immediately dying. So that entire segment could have been cut and nothing would change. Yeah, I guess so. So basically, basically the arc happens where he takes her power and then he learns that he can't use it. Yeah, that's entirely pointless. See, we've got. That's not right. I really should make this a separate layer. I think it was to show off how OP it got, but man started out with a touch-based disintegration at will, and now that shit's ranged. And that's after his body gets taken over by his mentor, who is way more proficient and deadly, because he has stolen centuries worth of quirks, at least 8 whole generations. Okay, so it is still that pair of protagonists, okay. Hmm. It's off here. My Hero Academia got kind of redundant when they decided to pull off one in Shigaraki's body, and then he touches on some world-building things that would have been made way more interesting to properly interact with. For example, mutant quirks got their own discrimination due to how much their bodies got changed, and the fact that the people in charge of what heroes are allowed to do have been kidnapping and brainwashing children into super soldiers that are only loyal to them. That feels like it might have been a bigger thing. Or should have been a bigger thing, I should say. I don't think we need that anymore. There is going to be figuring out this and both of these are only mentioned in backstory, get swept away and mentioned after the villains shake the world up. It's actually more like yeah. But yeah, the only reason we know of this is because Hawks explains it when he was given a proper introduction, and Lady Nagant mentions what they do when Ezekiel is doing his vigilante thing for a few chapters. I've heard about the vigilante thing. I didn't ever get that far watching, though, if they even did that in the show yet. They did, okay. I actually tried finding out because I saw I think it was Fable did a song about the Vigilante arc, but yeah, I'm kind of out of the loop on that. After his class fined him, make a plan to knock sense back into him. It only took literally all of them when he, and it only took literally all of them when he hasn't slept for a week. Yeah, it's not long, only ends after a few episodes. I mean that makes sense because Izuku is definitely he really wants to have some edge to him, but we've seen the things, right, of how the kid is an absolute cinnamon roll when it actually comes down to it. It's one of those series that is fun to watch, but when you think about it, it's not that good a series. Yeah, it's the danger with any big series, really. enjoy enjoy Moustache Tanner for a second there. It's the same effect of Harry Potter, where the world, when given thought, is accidentally horrifying, with a complacent main cast who are fine with the fucked up status quo. Yeah, Harry Potter's also kind of just full of holes. Just generally. Uh, Damn, I put a couple of tiny bits on that. Right. And okay, I don't actually need that anymore then. Okay, there's a lot to read here. Like in just the first few arcs of MHA, keep reading MMA in the first arcs of the wrestling. It's established that high enough heroes can get away with almost anything. A single school has enough budget to make murder machines that somehow haven't killed anyone. Murder is way more common, and anyone who uses a quirk without a license is immediately labeled a villain, no matter the context. Also, rampant justification for eugenics. Yeah, the eugenics is fairly obvious. The quirk thing, that's weird because like people use their quirks indoors and such, and privately. Is it like it use it on other people or something? Uh, no, just fully can't use it without a license, at least publicly. Like even if your quirk is just a movement ability, you need a license. The only exception being those with mutant quirks because they can't turn it off. Mutant quirks, are those the ones with like physical changes? Um, like exo quirks or something, or is it more like, or are mutant quirks more like Shigaragi and such? Those are the ones with the extreme physical changes. Okay. Yeah, I figured that was. I was going to say because those are hard to turn off, really. Granted, there's no real reason these are put separately where most quirks come with a physical mutation. Kinda, because I kind of get the different distinction because yes, there is a like Ochiko has little pads on her fingers. There's a hero who's literally a cement block, and Bakugo sweats nitroglycerin. Yeah. Um, but at the same time, those powers, like there are activation powers and such. I get the reason to distinguish them, and I get why. Like, hey, if you're born, you have to have a license. That's awkward, but at the same time, using like not being able to use your quirk when they say like 95% of the population has one or something. Like there's some problems going on here. Granted, this seems to be mostly a Japan thing, since I think America is more open about it. Possibly, yeah. I suppose it could be a suppose it could be nuanced like that, and there are things like that. Now, does that include that? Yes, it does. MHA wants to do a bunch of world building, but doesn't focus on enough. Not focus on enough to be slightly horrifying. I'd say it doesn't focus on enough to not be slightly horrifying. So let's get this hair done now. Mm. God. Also, the fact that in the entire series it's mentioned some animals are born with quirks, but we only meet two ever, and that's a smart rat bear thing and a parasitic bee that replaces an eye and takes over a body. I'm not particularly opposed to that kind of weirdness. That makes sense to me that the animals are going to be a little more cutthroat about it. Well, we don't see any other examples. Well, okay, but that if it's meant to be rare, it doesn't make much sense to show you too many. Hmm. I think that's looking fairly good. Still need to practice more with faces, but slice that a little bit off so I can fit that in there. And it's coming out nice. Yeah, I'm getting better. I feel tangibly like I'm getting better each time. Do I need a? Let's get that little line there. Not sure if she's exactly the shape I'd like her to be, but she's pretty good. Might have to might have to drop her in at some point so she can seduce another one of your characters. Just by being her. Sorry, was that you exploding? Are you okay? I can't keyboard smash on my phone. Yes, I do take it. I do take it then that was you exploding. Or just that you couldn't believe I called you out like that on stream. That's like Hannah's lovely. Hannah's great. And, yeah. She's just trying to be herself and trying to live life and trying to be gay. Just doing the couples while I figure out if there's anything else I want to stick onto her character, stick onto her look. And by the time we've got, I should be able to get all of the coloring done and at least the shading, I reckon. At least start on the shading, and that was why I started early this time, because I wanted to give people that at least. Cool. My mind just went back. She gives good hugs. Yeah. Uh, that's the thing I didn't manage to mention the last time. The Hannah. Oh, right. That's the thing I need to put on her appearance. The markings. But yeah, that was something that was something I think I was My mind just went back to when I first used Savai, and she got flirted with immediately, and had to point out to someone that she's gay. Um, but yeah, Hannah does have a lift of about a ton. Okay, cobblestones. Now I just need to shave a few off again. You know that I imagine that a thing about Hannah meeting Dizzy, just casually picking him up to clean under the table he's at or something, probably would make him feel some kind of way. It's easy to make Dizzy blush. I know, but like him getting like she can pick him up easily with one hand. She could pick up most of the tavern at the same time with one hand. Oh, wrong level. Okay, so yes, there is something I did forget to put on her until now, the lines. To the Art Deco pages. So we need to give her the Kratos treatments. Never knew how had markings. Yeah, they're kind of new. She has a permanent ant hall spell, and you know it's the guy from Fire Force who could do the flaming ink tattoo thing. She's kind of got that, only instead of being a strength augment, instead of being a force augment, it's a strength augment to give her at will ant hall. So her usual carry weight is tripled. This is just like the I'm in danger. Does is it just the carry strength, or is it the fact, or does Dizzy like tattoos? Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. God, it is. I get a bit of an odd sensory response whenever I put my drink down on my table now, because instead of that wooden thunk that I expect, I get a soft kind of fabric feel because of that gaming mat I've got. Death by Snoo Snoo isn't a crazy scenario for him. Yeah, I know, because he likes big. He's with Franker, of course. Death by Snoo. I also get a coaster. No, I don't have any coasters. Um, Also, like this drink does. I don't make this drink leak, so like it's not like tea or coffee that gets dribbled down the side by the steeping. It's squash. Also, to help with the sensory conflict, sure, or I could just get used to the new feel. Also, it is really nice because I just don't need a mouse mat anymore. It does make using the space does make using the space easier. Desk pad go brr. Imagine if you want the wrap of one of those thick pad things. Do you mean the mouse pads with a butt? Or yes, okay, that'd be funny. To be fair, the VTuber that I got this one from does do Dakimura. Go that way. I don't even want to imagine that conversation. God, yeah, I don't want anyone in my house to find that I do this. Never mind anything else. That doesn't work. But just make that a solid pad though. I should really consider getting a channel up for FMK on the server, but probably made SFW. FMK? Just the character questions thing, right. Yeah, maybe. Right, and it was fun. I'll probably float it Saturday or Sunday when you and Don are both on. Yeah, Sunday is when we'll. Sunday is obviously the easiest time for catching me and Don. I don't necessarily I'm not particularly opposed to it either way. I just the trouble is making sure there is enough consistent questions to use. Oh, oh, that's a thought. You know what, I'm doing that. Let's merge these. Okay, so that's Hannah. Hannah is complete. However, I want to add some humor to this situation. So let's go back to here. Line tool. I want to go about there. So this needs to be like that, I think. Yes. Yeah, plus one to cover my bases. Okay, well. Right, and we have for longer lines, but there, down to there. To that. But yeah, if you're going to be starting to open up the market for new art, consider me, because I'm going to be opening commissions soonish. I think Fatheads is going to be my first commission. No, I want to do. How much do I want to do? 3 bars to 2. Oh, yes. Need these to be squares like this. Uh, yeah, essentially. Someone's getting a nice view. Or at least that's the implication. I don't feel like adding more people to this. Or I suppose I could do something, but now let's copy that and move it up as well, because I want one for the upstairs. Copy. Merge them down, open this up, and then I just have to wipe a few things away again. Actually, to be fair, I don't even know if it's a particularly nice view. It's just a view of her thighs, which I suppose is kind of a good view, but wouldn't it have made sense to put a white base in Hannah so you wouldn't need to erase? Kind of, but the problem is there's always this bit of feathering round the edges of the lines, which means if I try and do that, actually, I guess I can do. I guess the quickest way to do it would be something like, where's the select? Here we go. This, that. That's already selected. Is there anything in here? That tiny bit, that bit. No, no. I guess select, invert that, and then we shrink the selection. You can see here what it's selected gives. If I put a white box in now, it'll put that faint thing around it. So let's shrink it by 2 pixels, which should be enough. Then I guess that, 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 and that. Yeah. I do that some. Yeah, it's much better than in Photoshop. In Photoshop, you'll get a good 2 pixels, and it'll be this very, very distinct white border. In this, it can be fainter. But it's just because if you want a line to be nice and clean, you end up with that. But yeah, okay, so I think that does the job for what I want Hannah to be resting against. Best to make small adjustments than spend a lot of time erasing. Not everything I do is very precise or sensible. She can't get into doors. Well, not doors size to humans. Hey, Demi. She is 10 feet tall, so. She is a large creature in more ways than one. Not quite the same proportions as yours truly, though. Just some impressive height, and she has, since she started eating properly and getting regular exercise, the legs have bulked up a bit. Other characters have different door issues, yes. Like yours truly. Sounds of cracking wood intensifies. Okay, let's delock that. I think it's time to start colouring. What's that? Oh, that's really useful. Okay. Right, there's actually a slight blue tint that I want to put on her skin. Yeah. I'm surprised Demi doesn't have door issues as he's the only one in the party that wears actual clothing like a suit. You said yourself, Demi is kind of skinny as hell, or at least on at least close to more normal. most of my characters have either height or width issues. And sometimes both. I do have a couple of characters who have trouble with doors for both reasons. To be fair, this party includes Bloom, and she's on the lower end of the party. Thick scale. Okay, so that's where that's going on. Also, our DM sprung some high concept quantum theory on us. Sheesh. This game started lewd, and this is the smartest default as Bloom. Now the goal is fixing the world's super god computer core. That carries all of the same kind of feel to it as all of the series that start comedic and end with killing God or saving the world kind of plots. It's only with yours it's boobs and thighs. Save the world's thighs. True, I think still, but we also do legit cool stuff. This also may not be the place to discuss that, given you know how sensitive Twitch can be. I mean, Demian's the only person in the party smart and brave enough to do it, since it most likely means he has to sacrifice himself to do it. God, true, but most of it is. Yeah, I was gonna say that's just saying. Yeah, I was gonna say that's saying Bloom ain't that smart, and Bloom's fairly smart. Whether it's the DM, whether it's in DMs or the DM or not, still maybe not. This is not the place to talk about it. That is the thing to talk about on Discord if you're really wanting to discuss it. But she's not going to sacrifice herself to save the world. Demi doesn't mind so much. Who needs to sacrifice when I can learn the programming language of the planet? You might possibly still need to. If you two are going to start causing drama between your characters, my chat is not the place to do it. Don't worry, just play, and I hope so. I have no context for this game other than the fact that it's lewd as hell, apparently. So also, it's probably best to not be scaring off anyone in chat who may not be talking. Remember that remember that even if people aren't talking, there are other people potentially watching who may not want to hear certain things. Just asking for a little consideration, given that they didn't necessarily know how things are between everyone. Even if we're talking about just all the above board stuff, it's not always clear what's banter and what isn't. There's a reason I picked Fall over someone else. I'm guessing because you both know each other well enough that you're okay on that kind of banter. I imagine so anyway. Like I have no issue with friends having banter with each other and knowing what each other's okay points are and such. It's just to remember that this is a public space essentially, and I don't want people to be chased off if we should consider stripping Path or D&D at some point also. I'm fairly ride or die. The thing with I've considered streaming Pathfinder or D&D. I'd like to try and learn. Okay. I hate waking up with hair in my mouth. Okay. I've considered trying to learn and possibly stream a few things. Not necessarily D&D, but like Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I want to do some WoW at some point. I want to rebuild and stream a functional version of Shadowrun at some point. Like experimental streams rather than long-term campaign streams. Okay, like 20 minutes ago, mouth is dry, hard to figure out what's all wrong with a dry ass mouth. Gatorade helps a lot. Guess it depends on how many people can be fish to both play and view. I mean, if playing, I think would be not too difficult to find, and viewing is just a case of seeing is just the TTRPG crowd in general. I would want to know enough to reliably run before I did, though. Like Woofrup would be fun, but you have to be careful with Woofrup because it's one of those. It's a grimdark thing, so it can go some very dark places. So you have to kind of tailor the experience to what is reasonable for Twitch. Though I could just mark that as an 18+ stream. Yes, viewing is the TTRPG in general in your fan base as well. I don't have much of a fan base, to be perfectly honest. But I think I should start building one once I start doing the commissions. I'd possibly also have anxiety about running TTRPGs on stream. But I definitely don't think that I don't think I would want to run 5th edition at all, because that I'm not that interested in, and it's oversaturated, or oversaturated as much as the TTRPG sphere is. Demi's working on the setting still. Not yet. Maybe consider some fan art streams, so you can also use fan art tags to your advantage. I am going to. I actually have a number of pieces that I plan to do. This month is kind of art fight stuff, so I'm hoping to lean on that a little bit. I'm just enjoying drawing to learn new poses and such, but like art fight comes with that perk at least. Honestly, I do think if I could get, I think it would be if I can formulate a sentence. Come on, Lucen. I think it would be not a bad idea for me to stream some 1A stuff, because that is still there is still a market for that, and it's not going to be as I'm not going to be competing with like Phoebe. Like if I try and stream Pathfinder Second Edition, I'm competing with Azure the Dragon and Phoebe Bane and Melissa, I think. Also some absolute gremlins here. I think comes at about 30% done right now with your setting, I'm guessing. Brave of you to put a number on that. Like, I can tell you what I am done with and what I am not currently done with. I'm done with the Pantheon. I'm leaving them well alone. Or at least for a while. But I can already think of stuff I could add to them. Mainly in terms of the lore to give them more nuance in the world. Oh yes, this side. Maybe the tattoos should have been a separate layer so you could mass color it. Nah, it's not exactly a huge amount of work to do the tattoos. They're also not technically tattoos. They're magic. They're just part of her. Let's see. Marking's done. I'm done with basic lore and all the gods of the world. Now to work on regions and such and find art for every named character. I started with regions. Actually, to be fair, my world map has been redone like 3 times now. Let's see what this is. What's this button? What do I do with this? Do I drag it? No. There's this pattern thing that I'm not sure what to do with. Need to remake the map as well. I lost that in the move and the computer switch. I have all my stuff cloud saved, so it's local and cloud storage. Okay, so we want a much lighter blue. That's more like, yeah, that for the jeans. Let me know I have on Discord somewhere. That's at least a start. But, yeah, like I definitely set the places down before I got the gods, because the places are where a party will always interact with. Not every party will interact with the gods. Mostly a map of concept. Mine has been redone so many times over the years. It's gotten bigger and more complex each time. The whole shape of it hasn't changed much. It's always been the same basic set of continents and general shapes, but I've refined the details on them, and it's gotten bigger to put more distance between each location as well. My gods are mortal facing, they can be moided? Sorry, I'm not sure that word. It's more accurate to say they're people who have obtained a domain. Okay, it's a little more like Skrelch. Well, not quite, but okay, murdered. Oh, I see. Line art tweaking time. So most gods are named characters that the party can interact with, and some have their own kingdoms. Shirt colours. No, that's way too green. Acid green. Oh, purple. Let's give her a purple shirt. Don't forget about the cat boy. He's not a god, just very lucky. Still has all of his 9 lazy lives. If you made him cute, it's hard to kill or fight cute. That is Kin's entire statement, entire mission statement. Okay. Oh right, yes, I made her eye yellow, if I'm not mistaken. From my own description. Yeah, yellow. Make it more orange, more intense. He's the only one of his kind on Zon of 2, since I made him an Echo with a lot of different abilities from different races thrown in, since he's the only Zon of known to use every single weapon past and present. He uses a lamppost, lamp still attached to fight. And we need a new kind of grey. Oh, no, wait. Let's just do this tiny little bit first. Now this. Let's go with that. I reckon after this I'm going to I'm going to start doing more live 2D stuff. Timmy has a lot of League inspiration in his setting. I do not. I have one little bit of League inspiration, and that is Camille's pointy legs. Oh, that needs to be blue in there. Not much anymore, really, so it's been kind of worked out, I take it. And we need more of this color for this. Need that. And need that, but tones darker for this. And the pockets. I'll put this as the color of her nails too. Adamantine nails. That's a hag thing. No, that's iron. Iron nails for hags. Mainly just art now, not so much characters and their tropes. Originally, Xanath was based off the Warring Kingdoms era of China. That's a fairly fertile ground to draw from, yeah. Then I started adding steampunk tech to everything, got mixed in with League. Now I'm trying to make it more original. Oh, wrong layer. That's emotional maturity development right there. How you find all the sources that you think are cool, but then you hit the point like, okay, now this is how I make them different. So I make everything stand out. Teeth. No, I'll go with pale. Yeah, she's looking kind of cute. I mean, hell, the Angel faction was based off of Warhammer 40k, now trying the more cyberpunk style of things. Oh, more stuff to add to this layer, actually. Down to there. Demi setting is anachronistic as hell, but I kind of like that. I'm going to be honest with you, not really my thing. I kind of like a nice clear genre. It's what keeps a lot of my characters from interacting with certain things, because it just kind of doesn't fit to. That's that. So that can be. Bring that back in, delete that, and make that the new color there. Oh, I forgot to do her shoes. So I'll plunk this down for now. No, why is that? Oh, right, because it's got the color filter over it. It's in fact it's part that my preference for a clear genre for things is why I don't actually use Hannah's origin place very much for things, because what it has produced in her is very interesting to me, but the place she's from, not so much. It's like I tend to like to want to. No, that's a poor explanation from me. I like to have there are certain kind of stories that I like, and a melting pot doesn't predispose itself to them, is I think the best way to explain it. I mean, each faction has their own themes in my world. Fool knows this. I'll do your own thing. It just doesn't sound like it's for me. You are allowed to build the kind of world you want to build, while I am equally allowed to not want to play in it. It's okay as long as it's not everyone's cup of tea. I imagine not. I imagine my setting is. I imagine my setting is not for plenty of people either. That's how things work. If someone creates a piece that is, if an artist, let's say, or a creative makes a piece that is intended for something they are happy with, it's more likely to put people off. Not because it's necessarily bad, because they have made it for themselves, but because it's the accessibility versus the vision thing. The more specific a vision you have for something, the fewer people will jump on it, and there's nothing particularly wrong with that. It's just I am already aware of what I do and don't like in a setting. I am a picky player. I don't shy away from that. It's just I've just found it makes it easier for me to find games that I will be happy in. Right. Okay, so that's okay. That's interesting. Not sure when that happened. But let's trim this down, put it another flat color, and then I can more easily. Let's get a cream color. means Zonov is my baby for a reason. I put a lot of time into it over the years to make it enjoyable for everyone. And still, you're never going to get everyone. It's just the nature of things. God, what is that? In fact, the more you try and make something enjoyable to everyone, the more people it will appeal to in a more superficial way. It's the same way a lot of people like the Smash Brothers games, or a lot of people like Fortnite. It's when if it has if it has a certain IP in or something, it is a broad scale superficial enjoyment. People like the references, yeah. And there is not wrong with that, but it is a very specific kind of enjoyment. A very specific, like, surface level of enjoyment that is not inherently wrong, but carries certain ramifications. Weirdly, the cameos in Fortnite have the opposite effect. I'm guessing they put you off the game or the series attached. Like Master Chief from Fortnite, like Sonic from Fortnite, like Spider-Man from Fortnite. God, I hate kids nowadays. That's not a new thing. That's that's because, well, I mean, that's just because Fortnite is massively more accessible than a lot of these IPs. Simple reason, as far as I'm aware, Fortnite, the version that most people are familiar with, is free. Or at least it's one game, whereas to get all of those IPs, um, is a whole lot more money if you're trying to get those. So people are going to, so if they, especially if someone is young, they're only going to know that little superficial version. I don't hate Fortnite. It's a good place to collate people, to leave the other things more free and interesting. Speaking of Fortnite, I might end up trying again. What sucks is the unique to the game skins sometimes look cool AF. Yeah, that's just because they get actually creative people in it. I don't see anything particularly wrong with trying it again. It is just a game. It's not like going, hey, I might try collecting the blood of the innocent again. I don't know. It's not like it is just a game. Ultimately, who cares too much? Give it a try, have fun. Not gonna lose any sleep over it. People are having harmless fun. There's nothing to be bothered with. And ultimately, like Fortnite is kind of tacky and cringy for people, but for some people, but it's still not as bad for the games industry as plenty of other things. Mm. If anything, it's good for the community. It helps build that quite well. I'm thinking of trying Darktide again. Since it was on sale, I picked it up, and who knows, might play with Hunter it. I mean, I don't care, but if a kid at 13 or so runs up to me asking me if I know Master Chief or anyone from Fortnite and doesn't listen about anything I have to say, I'm throwing off a bridge and say, "Can't you swim like in Fortnite?" That is such an excessive response. I do not understand that kind of reaction to it. Everyone does dumb things when they're kids. That is how people are. People are allowed to. Demi is apathetic and dark, but trust me, he doesn't mean it. You should have heard me comment on zombie movies. Well, that's all well and good, but I cannot comment on what I can guess. I can only really remark on what I hear, what you say. Like, and that is what I will comment on. What I can actually react to in front of me. So might be more desensitized, has less of a filter. Mm-hmm. Oh god, I need to get back on Epic at some point to download UE5 for game dev stuff. Weekly free stuff. But yeah, as I say, if I don't really care what people play, or if a game is a little weird or not. It's only if there's predatory practices behind it that bother me. But if someone's going to talk that way, and okay, you can be as non-serious as you like, but I cannot tell that over the internet. So I will always be responding to what I can see and what I can figure out on my end. So it's I am not responsible for how you convey your message. I'm responsible for how I receive it. But if a message is conveyed, if a message is brought across that way, in such a way that this is very much not got any, like, there is no comedic overtone to that sentence. There is no dry or dark comedy overtone to what's being said there, because there isn't any theory to pick that up. So just bear that in mind. I'm not a mind reader. I can't decide. I can't just focus and Professor X my way into getting your intended tone. It's the internet. It makes it even harder. Okay, let's see now. I want a blue. I want a lighter one. No, more like the tint of green. Now that door. Oof. To be fair, though, you want to talk about skinny noodle arms, look at Fortnite, all those characters have those. I mean, some of my characters do. I may have certain preferences, but that doesn't mean it's the only thing I ever do. Oh, what the hell? Okay, that is a different color. Good. That's the arms. That shape thing is probably at least something to do with the animations and getting everything integrated. Okay. Save that real quick. I say, oh, wait, no, damn it. Save as. Creator. Oh dear. There it is. Keep forgetting that when I save in this thing, it overwrites things in odd ways. Who have we got? Okay, so we've gotten all the flats done, which is fairly good. So I think I'm going to be wrapping it up there and finding someone to raid. I think I know who to. Oh, well, I've got a couple of ideas. Let me just check to see which one's fun. Well, let's send you to some Elden Ring. There's a collab going on with Ursio. And I'm glad I'm getting the raid message right this time. Okay, let's load that up. Going to go with Tallstack raid. Oh, that's unfortunate. Everyone seems to have dropped. Okay, let's go with, so yeah, raid message, because I don't have my own emotes. Next stream will be tomorrow. I'm going to be trying out Blightbound, and I'll be finishing up this shading and probably posting that either this weekend or next week. And it'll be up on Artfight. So thanks everyone for coming and watching. Hannah's looking pretty good. I'll hopefully see some of you tomorrow. Bye for now.